Hello. In this video I will prove that the moon is a reflection of Earth, and secondly, we live on a gigantic ball. I came to this conclusion by assuming Earth is enclosed in a big mirror plasma ball. Give it a thought. Let's create a plasma ball. Put Mr. X into it. Mr. X is looking at himself. Let's spin Mr. X. This is what he is seeing. Put a light source on Mr. X. Now let's speed up the moon and put it next to Mr. X. But I have a problem now. I had to speed up the moon. Here are the moon phases for 1 month. And here for a year. Conclusion. The light needs 30 days to turn around the moon. And it takes only 24 hours to turn around Mr. X. If the moon is the reflection of Mr. X, how come the difference? Let's ask Mr. Einstein. It's all about the time dilation theory. Give me a minute to explain it to you. You have a light clock with 2 mirrors in the opposite direction and the light beam bouncing between the mirrors. So, you take 2 light clocks. One light clock is standing on the Earth. The second one you put on a spaceship. When the spaceship starts flying, the light beam will have to cross the distance the spaceship is flying. Therefore, it will take longer for the light beam to go from one mirror to the other. The faster the spaceship goes, the longer it will take, and therefore time will slow down in comparison with the clock on the ground. Here you see a computer image. The red ball is going faster, but time is slowing down. Here we see Mr. X turning, and we see his mirror image turning faster because it is on the outside of the circle and Mr. X is on the inside. On the left we see Mr. X experiencing real time. On the right side we see the mirror image slowing down due to time dilation. Mr. X sees himself in slow motion. Left, the Earth, right, the moon. If the reflection of Earth is 30 times slower than Earth itself, that means if Earth is 5 billion years old, we are looking at the image of Earth being 170 million years old. Has life already started? So, if you take a telescope and you look at the moon, you probably won't see any humans running around. Now I will prove to you that we are living on a greater ball. What if Mr. X would wonder, hey, I'm always seeing the front of my face. How would the back of my head look like? Is it possible to see it? I would say yes, but we have to play a trick here. I will put a fly on the back of Mr. X, his head. What would the fly be seeing? It would be seeing the same light movements, but from the back. So let's take the little ball theory. Let's take the United States. let's presume that the USA is the front side of Mr. X. Then we take on the opposite side of Earth, we have Europe, and we would make that the fly side. So, what would the United States see as their reflection? They would see this. And what would Europe see as their reflection? They would see this. They would be seeing different moons. But everybody is seeing the same moon. Therefore, we must be all on the same side. But now, we face an even bigger problem, because if the moon is our reflection and we are all at the same side, we are all at the same moment in darkness or in daytime. To understand this, we have to put the sun into the equation. What is the sun? Well, for this I'll make a hypothesis. You don't have to agree, but it really makes no difference for the rest of the theory. So, you have the plasma ball being heated up by an outside source. The ball is heating up and forming a blister, a ball with heated plasma, boiling and turning around and shooting solar flares. So, Mr. X is sitting in the plasma ball, spinning around, and he will see the sun. The first time he will look straight into the sun. This will result in this image. Mr. X cannot see his mirror image because he is looking straight into the sun. But Mr. X will see the sun a second time. The moment when he is with his back at the sun, he will see the reflection of the sun in the plasma belt. So Mr. X will see this image. So, if I make an animation of this, this is the result. Now, if Mr. X thinks he is looking at the moon, he thinks, look, the sun is turning around the moon, or the moon is turning around the sun. Or if Mr. X realizes he is looking at his mirror image, he thinks, look, the sun is turning around me. Wrong again. Now I will analyze this image. I did a little experiment with real footage. So I have a spotlight. I have Mr. X cut out, and I have a mirror. When you are filming from the standpoint of Mr. X, your reflection is in total blackness due to the backlight. But when you are looking on the front, the face actually is receiving light. When I'm using a bowl, you can see it better. Here the reflection of the light, the reflection of the bowl itself. So you see the bowl is receiving light from the reflection from the mirror. So what I'm trying to say here is the reflection of Mr. X is in darkness, but Mr. X himself is not in darkness. So when you see the reflection of Earth becoming black, that is because of the backlight. This does not mean there is no light shining on Earth, aka the moon. So Mr. X is receiving light two times. Once from the front when he looks into the light, and the second time when the light is reflecting in the plasma ball. This results in this model. Watch the little crater moving around. So why did I put a crater in the ball? I was observing the moon's surface and I thought, meteorite impacts? No way. Now, that's more like it. But then you need air. Another reason to reject the idea that the moon is a rock in space. So let's take one air bubble and compare that with the moon craters. So let's take that air bubble again. Replace it with the flat Earth map. Put some water into it. You see that the North Pole is the eye of the vortex. Put that on a bigger bowl. And then you see low tide and high tide. So now we end up with this. We have a bigger Earth, a small crater, and two suns. But we still have a problem. If you watch carefully, you see that one part of the crater is in constant darkness. So let's go back to the moon. Here you see the images of the moon, but the moon is stabilized. Here you see the unstabilized movie. You can see that the Earth is wobbling. It's going up and down, up and down. So let's go back to Mr. X. Mr. X is spinning around, but he is also going up and down. The sun is below him, above him, below him, above him. Now you see the sun is above the crater. The top side of the crater is dark. Now the sun is below the crater and the low side of the crater is in darkness. Here you see the total image. Let's presume a drone is hovering above the crater. It would be seeing this. Now look at the upper side of the crater. Darkness, light. Now the downside, light, dark. So one part of our biosphere is receiving daylight from the reflected sun, and the other part of the biosphere is receiving daylight from the real sun. So, what would be winter and summer? I think the moon is making three movements: spinning, wobbling, and I think the third movement is slightly moving from its position. To be absolutely sure, you have to study the moon for 34 years to have 1 year in real time. Here I move Earth closer to the sun on one side and now on the other side. Winter on one side, summer on the other, and vice versa. Here is the end animation. Instead of wobbling the Earth, I had a higher light and a lower light. That would give the same effect. Now we have the final question. Where exactly on the moon is the Earth situated? To examine this, I have taken one movement of the moon and I have lit up the dark side. So I can check out the movement. Now I can draw two lines wherein the Earth is moving. The bottom and the top. Watch the black spot on the right. Now I can put a red line between the blue lines, so that is the axis on which The craters are moving from dark to light. Only on this axis you have craters with the day and night of 12 hours. So on the left you see the white spot. That is crater Copernicus. On the right side you see a black spot. That is called Mare Crisium. So let's take Google Maps and zoom in. On the left you see crater Copernicus, and on the right Mare Crisium. So you have to draw an axis between those two. Then we will zoom in and look for planets. Oops, what is that? Exactly on the place. I was looking for some craters. That could be planet Earth. You see this. What is it? At first I was thinking, well, it's a cover-up. But now, when I looked at it for the second time, I see that they are actually changing the shadows. You see, shadow on the right, shadow on the left, shadow on the right. Look at the smaller ones there. Are we living in a big hole or a small hole? I'm not sure. Time will tell. That's it. Now you can reject the idea of the plasma ball, or you can accept it. If you accept it, you will wake up on a bigger Earth. If you reject it, you can keep on dreaming of space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the New World Order Enterprise. Its continuing mission to invent new worlds, to destroy our lives and our civilization, to sell more lies than anyone has done before. In my previous video, I debunked the moon being a rock. Now I will debunk stars and planets being rocks. Let's begin with this image. On the foreground you see planet Earth, and on the background a freeze frame. Freeze frame of a night sky turning on its axis. Center, right and left view. Compare that with a photograph of a ball in the mirror. Of course, because we are situated on the ball, we will only see a part of the reflection. So we have a double reflection. The moon is the total image, and the stars are a closer, detailed reflection. So if I'm right, the star map will fit exactly on the moon map, thus they are both the reflection of Earth. So when I looked at the star map, I decided to take Orion as my anchor point. And the main reason is the 2 times 3 points. So I took a plastic foil and I copied the silhouette on it. After looking a few days, I found a match. I'll show you where. It was exactly where I suspected it, in the tape. There it is. The only problem was that the 2 times 3 points were fitting, but the four corners were slightly deviating. That might be due to the reflection on the plasma ball. Of course, I have a starting point now, but I need some more proof. But what I did notice, to my surprise, is that Orion was close to the Milky Way, and the place of my Orion was near a ridge. So I suspected that the reflection of the ridge is actually the Milky Way. So let's look again at the pictures of the freeze frame of the nighttime sky and think of it as a reflection of Earth, aka the Moon, with a giant rock formation on the side, from bottom to top. So, from this point, I will search further for some more clues. Near the star system of Orion, you have the star system of Taurus. Well, you have a lot of craters there, but which one to choose? That's difficult to tell. But then I saw this picture, the sign of Taurus, and in the horns you have the Crab Nebula. And I had noticed on the surface of the moon a very strange anomaly, very strange form. It almost looked like a crab. So I found these Hollywood scientific pictures too good to be true. So I decided to quit the Hollywood science fiction scene and look for some amateur images. These images aren't tampered with. So I found this one and I put the two images next to each other. Play a little bit with the levels in Photoshop and you get this result. So next you have Orion, Taurus and the Crab Nebula, and on the right of Taurus you have the Pleiades. So the distance between Orion, Taurus and the Pleiades is approximately the same, so it was fairly easy to find it. So I take a close-up of it and put a photograph of an amateur next to it. So we got Orion, the Crab Nebula and the Pleiades. So what's next? Well, on the left there you have Saturn. That would be interesting to find a planet. So let's move up from the Pleiades. Well, that looks like an interesting crater. I can almost see Saturn from the top. But how on earth could this reflect in this form? Stuck again. So at that point I decided to make a 3D model. It's a crater in a crater and at the bottom a bowl. Let me show you the result. Okay, let's put some light in it. I would say, Eureka! Here is your planet. The bottom bowl is forming a light ball. And the two craters are forming the rings round Saturn. I don't know about you, but that really knocks me off my chair. So let's move on. Next in line would be Sirius, a very important star, easy to find. So if you take the three little stars of Orion, approximately 5 times to the left you find Sirius. Sirius was a very important star for the Egyptians. By observing Sirius, they could predict the movements of the Nile. So, let's take the 3 little stars and move to the left. Damn, Or maybe it's another one, a bit deeper. This one is called Sulpicius Gallus M. Or this one is even bigger. Let's go back to the small one. So I found this picture of Sirius. Play a little bit with the levels, so you get this. So I cut up the continents and I played a little bit. Still no proof, of course, but we're getting close. But then I got a lucky break again. I found this picture. Especially the two at the bottom. This is mind-blowing. Take a look at the entrance and the two sidebars. The two notches at the side and the center point. The same for here. The entrance, the core point and the two notches at the side. So now I can say that Sulpicius Gallus M is Sirius and probably our biosphere. You can also see some smaller craters that might be Sirius A, B and C. You can also see there is a passage. Antarctica is the doorway to the bigger Earth. I also have to admit I made a mistake in my previous videos. I stated that Polaris was planet Earth, so I have to take that back, sorry. So now I know where Sirius is, I can start making triangles. The left star of the Orion constellation is called Betelgeuse. Here you see a picture. So when you make a triangle with Betelgeuse and Sirius, you get Procyon. So you have the gateway, the center and the sidebar. So now we have Procyon, we can find Mars. Let's zoom in. Here is the close-up, and with a photograph next to it, you can see the polar cap. Observe the snake-like line lying next to Mars. I think that's responsible for the snake-like shadow on the ball. Here you have the Barnard Nebula. Here we have Sirius and the Seagull Nebula. So, what are galaxies? When you look closely, it's like a moon crater seen from the side. If you flip this one over, you would have a galaxy. And why spiraling? That's because of the movement of Earth. So, that's as far as I got. I don't know about you, but I have enough evidence to believe that we're on a bigger ball. Of course, there will always be people who will deny it. If we were in the Middle Ages, I would be on the fire stack now, burning alive. When I see the reactions on my previous video, I think we're in deep trouble. Thanks for watching. Today I will show you the exact location of Atlantis. All the present theories try to locate Atlantis on the little ball. Antarctica is Atlantis, it's in the Atlantic Ocean, or the latest theory, it is in Spain. and so on. They try to portray it as a big city. But when you put Atlantis on the bigger Earth, it all becomes so simple and obvious. For me, it's yet another puzzle piece falling on its place. For the people who think, what the hell is he talking about, the bigger Earth? You have to watch my previous videos. Links are above. There I state we are living on a bigger Earth. So let's take a look at Atlantis. The description of Plato. How could we recreate that image? Well, you would have a crater in a crater in a crater. But hey, where did I hear that story before? Exactly. Remember in my previous video I made a 3D object in which I simulated light. That gave the reflection of Saturn. So let's go back to Saturn on the moon map called Linné. Let's fill the dark shadows with water. 1 ring, 2, 3. Let's compare that with Atlantis. 3 rings of water, 3 rings of water. So, the conclusion is Saturn is Atlantis. But now a little bell starts ringing. I'm starting to realize why all the occult societies are obsessed with Saturn. Now, the rest of the story is getting very simple. Let's go back to the moon map. You have 2 important players here. You have moon crater Linné with the star name Saturn and the earth name Atlantis. And you have crater Sulpicius Gallus M, star name Sirius, our biosphere Earth. Thirdly, you have a big plain called Mare Serenitatis, calm sea. I guess it wasn't that calm. So, watch the location of Atlantis and of biosphere Earth. Atlantis is in the middle of the sea. Biosphere Earth is on the shores of a ridge. Now let's presume there is a tsunami on the bigger Earth, and the whole crater of Atlantis was flooded. That would have been an enormous disaster with earthquakes, and their whole biosphere would have been swallowed by the water. Part of the population could escape by boat and managed to save their family and some livestock. Was it Noah or Gilgamesh? 1 boat, several boats, we don't know. But part of the Atlanteans managed to escape. So Noah started sailing and managed to reach the shore. Here you see a simulation on the moon map. It must have been an enormous trip. I estimate it to be 2 million kilometers. Finally, land. Here you see an aerial view of their landing place, our crater. Finally, they landed their boat on Mount Ararat, a mountain near crater Earth. Once the water returned to a lower level, the Atlanteans and their family got out of their boat. From there they started walking. That would have been 40,000 kilometers. With a family and livestock, that could have taken 40 years. 40 years in the desert? Where did we hear that story before? Look at the position of crater Earth. It is very close to the shore. On the side of crater Earth you see an opening that is lower than the rest. Once in a while, when water on the bigger planet is rising, water could leak into our crater. Maybe at a certain moment in time, a huge piece of ice slipped into the crater and caused an enormous destruction, the so-called ice meteorite. That meteorite was responsible for the rising of sea levels, and I think it sealed off the gateway to the bigger Earth. Earlier, people could enter our crater on foot. Now they need a boat. Slowly, this information of the gateway got lost, to the point where we are now. And now, at the present time, how are you going to explain water levels rising if you don't want to tell the people about the bigger Earth? Well, you invent climate change and you tell people the ice of Antarctica is melting because of fossil fuels. No, I think it's the water of Mare Serenitatis that is leaking into our crater. So, what's next? The Atlanteans enter the Promised Land and discover the Garden of Eden. It must have been a beautiful world. There must have been hominid races in the biosphere. I think that because of their higher technology, they must have been seen as the gods. Maybe some of the gods had difficulty breathing because of the different mixture of oxygen and needed some kind of respirator. Were they seen as bird gods because of that apparatus? Another question would be, were there giants? Of course, this is blasphemy for mainstream science. Was Homo sapiens around? I don't know. I'll make another improvisation here. It's purely speculative. Don't take it for granted. Here I go. The gods of Atlantis forbid their people to have sex with the hominids. But a few fallen angels disobeyed, and the crossbreed of Atlanteans and hominids was born, Homo sapiens. Because of that, Adam and Eve were cast out of paradise, the Garden of Eden. They had to leave greater Earth. So I would guess Adam was an Atlantean and Eve a hominid. So, if you are looking for the missing link in the evolutionary story, you won't find it. Bye bye, Darwin. This is blasphemy. So the gods started rebuilding their world and built the megalithic structures. Maybe with some advanced technology, because we still don't understand how they cut those gigantic stones. This technology might have been put in a special protected box. Later, when the gods died out, or they left again, there was a fight over the left-behind technology of the gods, with the whole story about the Ark of the Covenant. This story, of course, is so absurd and out of the blue that the Freemasons decided to build a replica. Look at the menorah in front of the Ark. Another reminder of the rings of Atlantis. The Atlanteans probably had some advanced knowledge. I suspect they had explored and mapped out the complete bigger Earth. I deduce that from the several star maps that were built in our crater, like the Golan Heights, Stonehenge, the pyramids, and so many more. Now I will show you some knowledge hidden in the monuments. Okay, let's zoom in on Stonehenge. What is left of it? Okay, let's move to the right, and there you see in the soil, I don't know if anyone has seen this before, you can see clearly the sign of Orion. Move to the right, you see a bull's head, Taurus. Move to the right, and there you see the 7 stars of Pleiades. Let's zoom out, move to the left, and then there you see Saturn, aka Atlantis. Well, if you wonder why those trees are still standing there, I think underneath you would find the rings of Atlantis. So, let's summarize. If you go from right to left, you have first the Pleiades, next you have Taurus, and then you have Orion. So, what would Stonehenge be then? Let's take the star map. On the right you see Pleiades, next Taurus, Orion, so on the left you have Sirius. That means that Stonehenge is Sirius. Crater Earth. So if that is true, let's compare Stonehenge with Sulpicius Gallus M and with a photograph of Sirius. Sadly, there is not much left of Stonehenge, but luckily there's still an old drawing. Let's take a look at it. Well, I would say that's bingo. Let's compare. Here you see the circle in the center, the photograph, the stones and Stonehenge. Then you see the 2 notches on the photograph of Sirius and the 2 circles on Stonehenge. And now the most important, the gateway on Sulpicius Gallus M, photograph of Sirius, and here on Stonehenge you see the gateway. This is the information our ancestors have put into the monuments. Now you understand why they are destroying these buildings. Exactly on the spot of the gateway they have built a road. Okay, let's have another example of the star map. I found a very strange coincidence when I compared Mars with Silbury Hill. Okay, let's zoom in. Watch the exact same proportion. Let's flip it. One is a crater, the other is a mountain. And look at the black snake-like line at the bottom of the building. Well, that looks like the same to me. And again, the same tactics. Let's put a road on the monument. I think our ancestors have been building miniatures of certain places of the bigger earth. Okay, let's go to Egypt now, to the pyramids. Everybody probably knows the link between the 3 Orion stars and the pyramids. But did you know that people think that the Sphinx might not be a lion, but a dog? Anubis? Okay, let's look at the star constellations. You have Orion, and next to it you have Canis Major, the big dog. So if you look at the star constellation, you see that Sirius is at the chest of the dog. Now let's assume that the Sphinx is a dog, then there must be something on the chest of the Sphinx. Here you see there is an opening on the head of the Sphinx. And supposedly a guy named George A. Reisner discovered empty rooms in the Sphinx. Well, that wouldn't surprise me. And it wouldn't surprise me either if they were hiding this from us. Okay, that's about it for this video. I hope you enjoyed it. Conclusion: Atlantis is Saturn. And that is the reason all the occult science has a connection with Saturn. I would like to end with the words of thought from the Emerald Tablet. See you next time. Today I will answer a frequently asked question. If the moon is the reflection of the bigger Earth, how is it possible that the orbit of the stars and the planets go in opposite direction? To answer that, first let's take a look at the different spheres surrounding Earth. And let's presume that every layer is reflective. Mrs. Legs is standing in the room in front of 3 mirrors. The outer mirror is reflecting her whole body. The other 2 mirrors only reflect a part of her body. Let's put Mrs. Legs into a 3-layered reflective ball. She will see herself 3 times, but at 3 different speeds. Because of time dilation, the 3 reflections will slow down. The outer image will be the slowest. The closest image will be near real time. So now I have made a time frame that is taking 1 minute. It is showing 3 reflections at 3 different speeds. The smallest reflection is making 1 rotation in 1 minute. The closest image is near real time and is making 30 rotations. The middle image is taking 4 rotations in 1 minute. That would represent a day, a week and a month. So the smallest image is representing the moon. Every month you will see a rotation of the outer reflection. Next, let's put the 3 reflections on top of each other. Okay, let's enlarge the second reflection and put it in front of the moon. Let's wait a bit. There you see the movement of the second layer in front of the moon. Now let's take the closest reflection, enlarge it even bigger. Day, night, and then you see the second layer behind it and you get 2 different movements. The closest would be the stars and the second layer would be the planets and the star systems. There you see it again. And in the back you see the moon. Now you see how planets and stars could move in a separate direction. So, as I was making this video, I thought, hey, the planets will be situated on a small piece of the moon, so it would be fairly easy to find all the planets. I used to think that the planets would be all over the moon, so now I know where to look. Let's zoom in to the place where I already found 2 planets. The planet Mars, Hadley C, and the planet Saturn, Linnaeus. So let's take a look at the planets. Between Saturn and Mars there is Jupiter and the asteroid belt. So it was fairly easy to find Jupiter. It was called joy. What a joy to find Jupiter. Let's look at some NASA painting, the omelette. And on the omelette you see this strange pattern repeated in the crater. So I thought, yeah, this must be it. So now we will look for the asteroid belt. Let's zoom in on Mars, Hadley C. Look what we found there. Some mountains. Sure, asteroid belt. Of course, some mountains reflecting in the light could be mistakenly seen as rocks flying in space. Okay. So we found the asteroid belt. Let's move to the right from Saturn and we get to Uranus. Nice picture of NASA. And we see Uranus and its 6 largest moons. Very obvious. So we got Uranus. Let's move to the right again to Banting, Neptune. Let's take another NASA painting, the spot in the middle. But the main reason I think this is Neptune is because of Triton. When you look at this moon, you see the 2 lines. For people who are interested in the moons of Neptune, the biggest one is Triton, Galatea, Proteus and Larissa. You wonder who invented all these names? 2 planets to go. Mercury and Venus. Mercury and Venus are the only planets that have no moon. Left from Mars, there is a place with lower contrasts. That is probably the reason you see no moons. As there are only 2 planets with a name in that area, it seems obvious. Here they are, all the planets. But there was a little surprise at the end. Because when you move to the right, what do you see at the edge of the universe? The Kuiper belt objects. And as I know that the asteroid belt is a rock formation, well, I was pretty sure that the Kuiper belt objects would be a rock formation too. So let's check it out. Well, what have we got here? A rock formation formed in a circle. Well, let's take a look at Wikipedia. That is a match, if I'm not mistaken. But there are planets moving in the middle of the Kuiper belt. That's impossible. No? Well, let me show it to you. Let's create two layers. Saturn, Uranus and Neptune on one layer and the Kuiper belt on the other layer. Let's move one layer. Now we move two layers at the same time in an elliptical form, one faster than the other one. But there was another surprise, because when you look in the middle of the Kuiper belt, you have three moons: Makemake, Haumea and Pluto. But what is this big crater in the center? So, when you look at the explanation on Wiki, this big circle is a sun. So, the reflection in this crater is mistakenly seen as the sun. Oh my god. Well, you want the sun? You got one. Here it is. And by the way, let's listen to a Nazi criminal.
For example, Mars has the highest volcano in the world, in the known solar system. The highest volcano in the world, in the known solar system.
The highest volcano in the world, yeah. Well, as we know now, the Germans first discovered that we live on a bigger world. So, Wernher von Braun knows we are living on a bigger ball. So, when he is talking about the world, he is talking about the bigger ball. And everybody laughs, ha 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 ha. But those big scientists are laughing with their own stupidity.
For example, Mars has the highest volcano in the world, in the known solar system. Which mapped the planet Mars thoroughly, the planet Mars thoroughly.
I think he wanted to say the Mars crater or the Mars area, but then he thought, hey, I'm making a mistake, and he corrects himself.
Which mapped the planet Mars thoroughly. For example, Mars has the highest volcano in the world, in the known solar system. That volcano is 16 miles high and has about a total volume twice as much as the largest volcano on Earth, which is the big island of Hawaii, which when measured from the bottom of the ocean is, I believe, only 11 miles high. So this is twice as big, twice as voluminous. And also there's every indication that it was active in a relatively recent geological period, just judging from the very few meteoric impacts on the crater rim.
The Washington Post reports NASA has confirmed a so-called city killer asteroid narrowly missed hitting Earth. What's more alarming, scientists say they had no idea it was coming.
That is alarming. They're supposed to know.
Whoops. The asteroid, about the size of a huge boulder, was about 45,000 miles from Earth on Thursday.
Well, next time an asteroid misses the Earth, don't worry, it's just a reflection. Bye.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Roger, we got a roll for
Tower clear.
Roger, roll. Station. And ignition. On range 70 miles, 43 miles high, velocity more than 300 feet per second.
Capcom, we're go for landing.
Altitude 4,200.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing. 3,000 feet. You're looking great.
Altitude 1,600.
Eagle looking great. We copy you down, Eagle.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous
So
challenge.
there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
Well,
prepare to start today on an organized and well-supported space program. I believe a practical passenger immediately clamped on the outside to protect it from meteors. The first workday in space draws to a close. Every 24 hours, the shell of the station is completed. Now comes a delicate task.
The flight crew has completed the final launch vehicle range safety checks. At T-minus 50 seconds, the launch vehicle will be on full internal power. That begins the actual launch sequence. The weather's reported good, scattered clouds at 10,000 feet. All systems are go, all lights are green. We're at T-minus 3 minutes, 6 seconds, mark.
12, 11, 10, 9, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 0.
What was it we were really celebrating? 3 men who had done what no man before had done? A technological feat that was believed beyond the realm of possibility? The fulfillment of an age-old dream? Were we celebrating simply because it had been a long time since we'd had anything to celebrate? Or was this something that touched an irrational, unthinking instinct in us all?
Here is the real reason for the fake moon landings. You just proved by putting a man on the moon, 1, the moon is a rock in space, and 2, the Earth is a little blue ball floating in space. Now nobody will ever suspect he is living on a gigantic ball. Now the Phoenix worshippers have a whole new planet for themselves. Mission accomplished. Bigger lies will follow. Everybody starts sending supplies to their bases. When the public demands an explanation for the trillions of dollars spent, the main alibis are 1. The building of the fake space station ISS. 2. The launch of fake satellites. 3. the exploration of the fake space. All of these lies are amplified by the mind control machine. So you need people for the bigger Earth. How do you do that? Well, you invent the story of the secret space program. During the war, the Nazis were experimenting with anti-gravitation. After the war, this technology was brought to the United States. By now, the United States have some super advanced spacecraft. And they are building bases on the Moon and on Mars. Hey, aren't you interested? Sure, they put you on a high-speed underground train and they tell you you are on a spacecraft flying to Mars. They release you on the bigger Earth and there you see a different sun. And you breathe different air. So now you think you are on Mars. So you think you are on a little red ball flying in space, and the people on Earth think they are flying on a little blue ball in space. Mission accomplished.
Sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Possibility 1. The shuttle lands on the bigger Earth and is used there to transport people and supplies. The pilot is brought back to Earth with some other transport. That would take several days. In the meantime, the astronauts are doing studio work and are playing Little Blue Ball in the solar system. When the pilot has returned, they embark, take off, and land for the public eye.
Landing gear down and locked.
In case someone sees the takeoff, you have several shuttles. It was another one. Possibility 2. The pilot returns to base after drop-off. Lands on a military base. After a few days, they embark, take off, and land for the public eye. I would go for possibility 1. Why wait several days and do studio work? The more studio work you do, the bigger the risk of being caught. Another argument is the Russians are building exactly the same shuttle, the Buran. That could imply there is one technical plan for usage on the bigger Earth. That confirms the idea there is only one global ruling world government.
Velocity 2,900 feet per second, altitude 9 nautical miles, downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
This is not standard. This is not something that is planned, of course.
One of the Apollo missions was closer to home, Apollo 15. The reason was Crater Hadley C, situated in the tape. The tape is the area where you have an equal day and night, similar to our crater. Second reason is the ice on the bottom of the crater, or on top of the reflection Mars. If you want to colonize the bigger Earth, you need water, which they probably found.
After returning to the LEM to load equipment, they moved to a nearby location to set up a science station similar to those left on previous missions.
Lots of Marslanders have been sent to Hadley C. I thought, like a lot of alternative media, all these images were shot in the desert of Utah. But now I think these are real pictures from the area of Hadley C. They are mapping out this area, but they are using the old trick of putting it on a ball and present it to us as Mars. In the beginning, you had the myth of the red planet, but in the meantime, they have changed the color of the images. And by now, you can see the climate and colors are very similar to ours, including the sun. For the moment, you have the mind-controlled Elon Musk taking over. Clearly a figurehead, called after a figure from a book of Werner von Braun, with the looks of James Dean. But I have the impression the MK Ultra programming is not working very good.
Richard, talk about that.
I would never believe that this would ever happen. Yeah, I just think, you know, the humanity landing on the moon, man, that was maybe the greatest thing ever. Maybe the greatest thing ever.
Would you get in it and take a ride?
Yeah, I'd be happy to go in the vehicle. I think it's good design. A lot of crazy amount of hard work from a lot of smart people at SpaceX.
Expand on that, thanks.
Well, I think like the obvious thing would be, you know, if there are, you know, sort of private citizens that want to go to the space station, as it's happened before. They've always gone on the Soyuz before. You know.
He is pumping the media full with hoaxes. He is supported by an army of mind-controlled children. Hey.
Oh my God! Yes! Look at that!
I think the purpose of the vertical rockets is to land on a surface, refuel, and take off again. That way you can put people on the ground safely and maybe return. Under the pretext, of course, of sending supplies to the ISS. Finally, I hope they haven't encountered life yet on the bigger Earth, because humanity will be represented by psychopaths, and you know what will happen to them.
How do we warm Mars up? You know, it's a long way away from the sun.
There's the fast way and the slow way.
Okay. Give me the fast way.
The fast way is drop thermonuclear weapons over the poles.
You're a supervillain. That's what a supervillain does.
Yeah.
Today I will present you an old Ice Age map. Not a map I found on the attic or in an old library. No, it's a map that has been here for thousands of years. The only problem was we don't have the eyes to see it. And our biggest problem is that we are looking for a Columbus map with eyes, because we think that is the real map. So let's explain the Columbus hoax. You take the Columbus map and you create 4 points. Let's make it easy. 2 B's from Brussels to Boston, and 2 C's from California to China. So let's change the New World Map into the Old World Map. You flip the Americas horizontally and put it under Eurasia. Now you make a circle. You sail from Brussels to Boston and from California to China. This system is surrounded by an ice wall. So now you sail east from Europe to India. But Columbus said, what if we would sail west? Well, a little child would know you would hit the ice wall. But not Columbus. No, because Columbus had some powerful friends. So Columbus started sailing west. And you know what? He discovered a new continent. Was it a new continent? Well, of course it was. If you take the old continent, you flip it horizontally and put it on another place, it's a new continent. If you want to go from Brussels to Boston, that's easy. But if you want to go from California to China, the only way you are getting there is on a ball-shaped world. That's the way you change a circle into a ball. Now we have the new world. From the moment Columbus discovered the Americas, you have rectangular maps, or you have the double ball map. When you see a doubled ball map, that means they have you by the balls. The only real world maps are circular maps. Of course, this all sounds unbelievable, but let me prove it to you with an old map I found. How did I get to this map? I'll give you a short review. 1. The moon is the reflection of Earth. 2. We live in a crater called Sulpicius Gallus M. 3. Antarctica fits perfectly in crater Sulpicius Gallus M. 4. The Americas are positioned in a completely different way. So, now that we have the real world map, it's fairly easy to find an Ice Age map. So, as a lot of European culture has been destroyed by the Catholic parasites, I thought maybe there is some knowledge left in the Muslim culture. So I typed in old Muslim map. Bingo! I bumped into the Ibn al-Wardi map. I hope I pronounced that correctly. There are different versions of it, probably all copies of the original one, but by accident I ended up with this one. Luckily, through the ages, people tried to explain this map and they put some names on it. Wrong. That's because they think Columbus. But if you will compare it with my map, you will see a totally different story, and you will see that this very simple map is a very sophisticated map, and it's very detailed. Okay, let's compare it. Let's take a look at the continents. First, the Eurasia-Africa part. Look at the form. Then you have Africa, Australia, and India. Now let's take a look at the Americas. Notice how the Americas are not an island. And at that moment I realized that this was an Ice Age map. So let's take the Ice Age Columbus map. North America completely frozen, Northern Europe and Asia frozen too, but in Europe you see some reddish color. That could mean that the ice is melting and we are at the end of the Ice Age. If we are talking about the last ice age, that would mean this map is from 10,000 BC. So then we take a look at South America. At the west side we have a lot of melting ice. And apparently you can walk from South America straight into Antarctica. Let's take a look at the rest of the map. At the surroundings of the continents. Very similar. Now let's take a look at Antarctica. You see the center point, and from the center point you have a big sea going into the bigger Earth. The only problem of this map is this straight line here. It's called the Nile on a later map. This probably means that this map is a copy of an older Ice Age map, and this line was added to try to fit the Columbus map. So I suspect there must be an older map without this line. After finding this map, I started finding other circular maps, but of European origin. Don't look at the text, but at the shape of the water. Then I bumped into a very special map. It was more like a painting. The shape of the water is similar, but at the top you can clearly see a boat. It is the Ark of Noah on Mount Ararat. In a previous video I stated the Ark stranded outside the crater, but apparently it stranded in the crater. So Mount Ararat is on Antarctica. And then it struck me. Listen to the words. Mount Ararat, Antarctica. Mount Ararat, Antarctica. Now I understand where the word Antarctica is coming from. And slowly it is dawning on me. 10,000 years ago, people knew the shape of the Earth. They even mapped it out. This information has been stolen from us, and I know who's to blame. There are stories that we are in the end of times, and this is the last Pope. Well, I think they are right. This is the last Pope. And we are in the end of times, but not for us. This is the end of the new world. The old world is back. Ah, here it is, the little monster. How did we get there? Well, there are 3 reasons. First, the fake moon landings. Second, the Columbus hoax. And the third reason I will explain today, the scams of Renaissance cartography. But wait a second. how to morph the old world into the new world. But first I will show you my version of the facts. Let's presume something hits the Earth. That would result in massive floods. Because the Earth is spinning faster, day and night become shorter. That results in a drop of temperature because the Earth cannot warm up sufficiently. So the result is massive floods and ice forming. Well, that was easy. Now the Renaissance version. No, wait. First, let me give you a possibility here. What if the Earth was really heating up? Could the ice dam melt down and could the water be flowing back into the bigger ocean? Okay. Let's go to the morphing of the old world into the Columbus map. First, I will compare 6 crater maps of the Middle Ages. To prove it's not just one lunatic in a medieval abbey who is improvising on the world map. In the center of the craters you have Jerusalem. Another recognizable point is the Red Sea, in the upper right hand of the map.
These medieval guys were so stupid.
Another point is the Pillars of Hercules, the point where the Mediterranean Sea is flowing into the bigger ocean. The crater was divided in 3 parts: Asia, Europa and Africa. Remember, the shape of these 3 continents has nothing to do with the shape of the continents on the Columbus map. In the center you have the Mare Mediterranea. Mediterra means Middle Earth, the Sea of Middle Earth. You have the Red Sea, and the surrounding water is called the ocean. The water has an O form. So, now we are ready for the hoax. I will present you the missing link between the old crater map and the Columbus map. Let's count. 1025, 1100, 1234, 1250, 1265, 1300, and here it is, 1459. Well, nothing wrong at first sight. This is a crater map. Jerusalem in the middle, apparently the Red Sea, the Mediterranean Sea, Pillars of Hercules, the ocean around the world. You have 3 continents, Europa, Asia and Africa, and here we have the old world view. A crater surrounded by water, fire and a firmament. No sun ball, no moon ball, no planet ball, no flying balls at all. The flying ball circus is not in town yet. But let's turn the map and maybe you will see. What have we got here? Out of the blue, we have a perfect map of Europe. Where is that coming from? Let me show you what they did. By pumping up Europe and putting it on the crater map, you are pretending that these crater maps are a clumsy medieval attempt to map the world from a European-centered worldview. And now a miracle is happening. Suddenly, old Greek and Roman maps are being detected and reconstructed. The reconstructions are confirming this Renaissance map. When you see the crater map with the Italian boot, you are being screwed. Hey guys, we have a problem here. What about this piece of land? And this one? You have used up all the continents. No problem. We will send an explorer. And we will discover a new continent. And we will call it the Americas. We will flip it horizontally and put it in another circle. We have this Mercator guy, good friend of the occultist John D, who invented a new trick to scam the people, the Mercator projection. Furthermore, we are preparing the flying ball system. We will tell the people the sun is a flying ball in space. And we will invent plain TS, planets. Space is like a big merry-go-round. We have this Copernicus guy who is making all the calculations. When we will have created the little ball, there is room enough to create some more continents. We still have this piece of land, which we will call Australia. And to explain all the ice walls, we will finally create another forgotten continent, Antarctica.
Dajjal has one of his eyes obliterated, like as in wiped out. It is covered. The Prophet ﷺ described him, his hair will be curly, his legs will be arched.
He will be young in age. He's not old, probably in his mid-30s. He's red-skinned, meaning he's more reddish in color when you look at him. He's not tall, he's short, but his body is very stocky, it's huge. When you look at him, you say, whoa, he is a huge man. And his face looks rough. And his forehead is wide. أجل الجبهة. His forehead is wide. His chest is wide. Wide shoulders.
Hey, what's up, Walt? You want me to zoom in on the center of the Disney World map. What that is? That is a cross in a circle, Walt. Zoom in on the center of the map of Hereford? Okay, well, that is Jerusalem, Walt. Oh, another cross in a circle. So, the center of the Disney map stands for Jerusalem. And who has a statue there in the center? That's you, Walt. Oh, that is Jesus, Walt. That is the same pose. You with Mickey and Jesus with the sheeple. So Mickey is the sheeple and you are Jesus. Some people are not going to like that, Walt. But what are you pointing at, Walt? Replace it with the Hereford map? Okay, Walt. So, you are pointing at Rome. What are you saying here, Walt? Is there another Rome on the bigger earth? You are Jesus and you are living in another Rome. Or are you the Pope living in another Rome? Maybe the Black Pope? Is this the reason you are putting us on a little ball? So we don't find your hiding place? Walt? Walt? Let's examine this second Rome possibility. If that is true, there must be two histories. The old world history, before the flood, and the new world history, after the flood. There must have been different floods, because on the old world maps you find pictures of the Ark of Noah. But what we are looking for is the flood that is changing the old world into the new world. Is there a time in history where you can see there has been a reset? If it were up to me, I would call the moment of reset the year 0. Before the flood would be -0 and after the flood would be +0. But wasn't that the birth of Christ? On the map we see that in the center of the world, Jerusalem, Jesus already has been crucified. The oldest reference I could find on the Hereford map is Charlemagne. That is 800 AD. So the flood happened after Charlemagne. I also came across the theory of Robert Russell Newton. He stated that the moon was turning faster between 700 and 1100 AD. As the moon is a reflection of Earth, that means Earth is turning faster. Another theory of Anatoly Fomenko stated that history was forged by Renaissance scholars, and history as we know it began on 800 AD. So it seems like all signs are pointing at a period around 800 AD. So there is a massive flood. All the people on the lower world are wiped out. But surely a lot of people would have managed to get in a boat and would have been looking for higher ground. An important people of the time that would not have been flooded were the Scythians. So the route of Europe, Asia is mainly Scythian. But from all sides people would have come to higher ground. So you would have had a melting pot of all cultures on a small piece of land. Let's take a look at all the peoples living on the pre-flood map. You can recreate the whole history of mankind on this map. Smoking gun for me is Troy, unfindable on our current map, but very obvious on the pre-flood map. Troy, a big city on the coast of the Lydians. It would be logic if the Greeks want to conquer the Lydians, they would have to conquer Troy first. So let's take a look at this picture of Charlemagne. The eyes of this painting reminded me of another guy. It reminded me of the actor playing King Egbert from the series Viking. So I looked at King Egbert and I noticed he was the first king to be confronted with the Vikings in 792. That is about the period of the flood. So I started to investigate the Vikings. Well, this story is so explosive, I'm going to make a separate video of it. I will explain how they morphed the map of the New World into that of the Old World, or vice versa. Thanks for watching, for now. The falsification of our history. How they transplanted the Old World history onto the New World map. Let's go back to the moment where it all started. In 800 AD, a big tsunami is hitting crater Earth and is flooding the whole crater. People of crater Earth are fleeing to higher ground, taking their possessions and main artifacts of their culture. In Northern Europe, parts of the refugees or Vikings are setting foot ashore. Here I will resume my story where I ended it in a previous video, and I will tell the story the way I think it all happened. Main line in the story is that you have two histories. Everything that happened before 800 AD is happening on crater Earth. Everything after is happening on the New World map. So let's take the map of Europe and erase all known names. To begin, I will take myself as an example because I live in the area where I think the refugees first landed. So I live in Belgium, Belgica, in the region of Flanders, Flandria. Born in the city of Ghent, the old name is Ganda. Belgica. Belgium was founded in 1830 and was named after a quote of Julius Caesar in De Bello Gallico, where he claimed the Belgae were the bravest fighters of them all. Our area coincided with the area historians think was once Belgica. So the story of Julius Caesar happens before 800 AD. Therefore, we have to look at the map of crater Earth. So the real Belgica has nothing to do with the current Belgium. Flandria. The history of Flanders is a medieval one, happening after 800 AD. Symbol of Flanders is the Lion of Judah, the Ari. Suddenly, in the swamps of Flanders, a very high standard culture is erupting. The Flemish primitive painters, Flemish polyphony, old Flemish tales, Gothic cathedrals are popping up out of nowhere. This knowledge was imported by the refugees. In my view, they also imported Christianity. Why is this area called Flanders? Let's look at the crater map. There you see Flandria. Maybe it reminded them of the Flandria of crater Earth. Ganda. Ghent was a fortification of the Scythians, plundered by the Vikings around 870 and used as a base to plunder the rest of the territory. Here you see the castle built by the Vikings. So this city around the fortification was captured and renamed Ganda after a city on crater Earth. Let's recapitulate. You have two main forces. You have the invading white race, the Christians, with the lion symbol, the Ari, the phoenix of the resurrected Christ, and their language is Rune, Hebrew, Yiddish. Next, you have the Saracens, Moors, Mayans, Mazarians, Etruscs. All those people can be brought back to one root people, the Scythians or the Turanians. Some Turkish viewers drew my attention to Polat Kaya, a Turkish investigator. He came to the conclusion that every known culture and language has an origin in the Turkish language. Turanians were believers of the sky god, sun god and the moon god. For that, they were labeled as pagans and persecuted by the Aryans, Christians and the Semites. So the Scythians were brown-skinned, they were nature worshippers, the pagans, and they worshipped the sun eye and the moon eye. let's concentrate now on the center point of the falsification, namely the Crusades and Jerusalem. To understand the Crusades, we have to go back to the Roman Empire and the conquest of the whole crater. The only people they could not conquer were the German tribes. Later in time, the German tribes attacked the Roman Empire and it collapsed. The only part they could not conquer was the part on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, and that became the East Roman Empire. Capital was Byzantium. 500 years later, the Eastern Roman Empire had become Muslim and the Western Roman Empire had become Christian. So now the Christians decide they have to liberate Jerusalem, the land of their Savior, Jesus Christ. The first thing they do is attack Constantinople, that is still under the influence of Byzantium. And here you can clearly see that Byzantium and Constantinople are two different cities. Here you see the location on an old miniature. Here another one, flipped vertically. Here you see a battle taking place, and you see that Constantinople is completely fortified in a Gothic style. And in the city you see a lot of big churches. And what do you think of this one? Fire weapons? So what are the history books telling us about Constantinople? Well, they try to tell us that the original name was Byzantium. In 330, the name was changed into Constantinople, and in 1453, the name was changed into Istanbul. Sure, so that would be the same like saying Brussels used to be called Madrid, and then 200 years later they changed their name into Paris, and now they call Brussels again. Sure. So this is our first piece of evidence of the falsification of history, Constantinople. So what happened to Constantinople and Byzantium? Well, both were flooded, and Istanbul was the victim and got the two names. From there, the Crusaders decide to attack by land, and they make a circular movement. There they attack the city Antiochia. Here you see a picture of the crater map, and you see that Antiochia is a very big castle. Next to it is a big mountain. Here is a medieval painting of it. You see the mountain in the background. Here you see another one. You see the mountain in the background, the fortified castle. And if you look carefully, in the front you see the Crusaders have cannons. Strange, I didn't know the Crusaders had cannons. And of course, Antiochia is situated in Turkey, and this is Antiochia. Where are the walls? Is that all that is left from this gigantic city? So, when they have taken the castle of Antiochia, it's very easy to attack Jerusalem. In case you think, well, why don't they attack from the water? The whole coastline is fortified by cities. You have Tripoli, Beirut, Acres, Tyre, Jaffa, Ascalon. For people who know the history of the Crusades, these names will sound familiar. Later in the Crusades, they will attack Egypt, and they attack Cairo through the Nile. And now, of course, the most important piece of the Crusades, Jerusalem. Well, we have the same old story again. So Jerusalem is a fortified city, Gothic style, and in the center you have the Temple of Solomon. In many of the cases, the Temple of Solomon is an octagonal temple. (1356), the travels of John Mandeville. For if a man were to go from Scotland or England to Jerusalem, he would be going upwards all the way, for our land is in the lowest part of the west. The cause is that the earth and sea is round, for it is commonplace that Jerusalem is in the middle of the earth. Let's take a look at some different explanations from Palatkaya. All seems to be referring to the position of the sun. What happened to Jerusalem? There was a flood, and after that it flash froze, together with some other holy places like Mecca and Byzantium. Now the ice is melting and maybe the holy places are defrosting. Is that the reason why Patriarch Kirill, head of the Orthodox Church, visited Antarctica? Well, we're almost at the scene of the crime. Let's recapitulate. The Vikings, Templars, Crusades, and now 1400 to 1500, the Renaissance. The resurrection of the Phoenix. You conquer some Etruscan territory. You take their main city and you call it Rome. You take the Etruscan buildings and you call them Roman. You take their history and replace it with the greater history of Rome. Now, of course, you think this is the Roman culture. But let's take a look at some Roman emperors, how they are depicted in the Middle Ages. Julius Caesar, Titus, Caesar Augustus. Look at their heads. That is the same crown like the popes. Three kings are gathering at a strange building. That would be the Temple of Solomon. Three kingdoms and one crown for him who rules them all. Now the three kings are paying tribute to their new Lord, Jesus Christ. Or was it Julius Caesar? Let's take a look at the list of popes. On Christmas Day of the year 800, Leo III is crowning Charlemagne as Holy Roman Emperor. So we have the first list, put the remaining 800 years next to it. That brings us to the year 33, the death of Jesus Christ. That made Peter the first pope appointed by Christ. Now Leo III, as lawful descendant of Jesus Christ, can crown Charlemagne as Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Let's return to the list of the popes. But let's put the second list on the other timeline. That brings us to the year 450. So in 476 you have the fall of the Roman Empire. That means you have 450 years of Roman emperors. And that brings us to Julius Caesar. In the first timeline, the year 0 is Jesus Christ. In the other timeline, the year 0 is Julius Caesar. What happened here? Let me give you an example. So you have Mao, psychopathic killer, responsible for millions of deaths. But to hide all this, you create a propaganda Mao, the completely opposite of the real Mao. Now let's presume you want to make two different people out of this Mao. What would you do? You take the propaganda Mao and you call him Lao. You take the real Mao, but you give him a different face. Now you have Mao and Lao. So let's turn this equation. You have Julius Caesar with the wrong face. And you have Jesus Christ with the wrong name. I already showed you that in the Middle Ages, Julius Caesar was depicted with a beard. So I think there might be some evidence in the Shroud of Turin. Some people have made a 3D replica. Let's take a look at the body wounds. For every body wound of Caesar, they have found a Christian explanation. There goes the spear of destiny. So Julius Caesar is not the short-haired, grey old man, but a long-haired, bearded young man. Something like this, except for the nose maybe. Julius Caesar had an arched nose with a tip curved downwards at the end.
Disney presents...
Let's walk around in the park of Uncle Walt. Hey, look, that's Joaquin and Boaz. This park must have cost a fortune. I wonder where Uncle Walt got all this money. Tell us all about it, Uncle Walt.
This map, our Florida land is located partly in Orange County. This map, our Florida land is located partly in Orange County.
One of my viewers said that the word Disneyland sounded like this new land. Good find, Elke. Thanks. As I showed in the previous videos, the Disneyland is a copy of our crater. But did you know that Walt Disney also created a Disney World? This new world. Well, tell us all about it, Uncle Walt.
Here is Walt Disney. Welcome to a little bit of Florida here in California. Today I want to share with you some of our ideas for Disney World. Now, the prologue to this film told you some of the philosophy that made Disneyland in California what it is today. Of course, there will be another amusement theme park in Florida similar to the one in California. We're now developing a master plan that encompasses the theme park and all the facilities around it that will serve the tourists. Hotels, motels, and a variety of recreation activities. In fact, just this little area alone is 5 times the size of Disneyland in California. But as you can see on this master plan, the theme park and all the other tourist facilities fill just one small area of our enormous Florida project.
Put our crater on Disneyland and zoom out. So I don't have to explain you that Uncle Walt is showing us the surroundings of crater Earth. But Uncle Walt, why is crater Earth that small on your map?
Just this little area alone is 5 times the size of Disneyland in California.
Ah. Okay then, let's make a comparison. Okay. Okay, maybe we should look at our 3D map. But first you have to realize that if our crater is 40,000 kilometers, this whole area is about 400,000 kilometers. Now let's have a side view and the 5 most important pieces of the map. You will see that they are situated on elevations in the terrain.
Right now our plans include an airport of the future down here in Osceola County.
Airports of the future. Well, let's take a look. But why is this airport situated that far from our crater? Well, probably it's the only terrain suitable for an airport. But how on earth are you going to get an airplane at 400,000 kilometers from Earth? Well, you put an airplane on a rocket and you shoot it into the exosphere. So I suppose you can fly at higher speeds in the exosphere, and from there you can come down like a paraglider, landing on the bigger Earth. My guess would be that in that way they brought about 100 shuttles onto the bigger Earth.
An entrance complex where all visitors will enter Disney World.
Okay, the entrance complex. look at the circular mountains in the middle? What kind of visitors are they expecting?
An industrial park area covering about 1,000 acres.
The industrial park area. Let's take a look.
And of course, the theme park area way up here. And all these varied activities around the Disney World will be tied together by a high-speed, rapid transit system running almost the full length of the property. But the most exciting, by far the most important part of our Florida project, in fact, the heart of everything we'll be doing in Disney World, will be our experimental prototype city of tomorrow. We call it Epcot, spelled E-P-C-O-T, Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow. Here it is in larger scale.
No, I would call it extraterrestrial, psychopathic city of today. This one is quite obvious, the circular form on the left, the mountains in the middle. Let's take a look now at the silhouette of the water. It's almost like a boot. Zoom in on this little house here. The door into the house.
Epcot will take its cue from the new ideas and new technologies that are now emerging from the creative centers of American industry. It will be a community of tomorrow that will never be completed, but will always be introducing and testing and demonstrating new materials and new systems.
Let's look at another view of Epcot's transportation hub and see how traffic flows through the heart of the city on 3 separate levels. At the bottom of the stack is the truck route, reserved for supply vehicles. Trucks will have easy access to all loading docks and service elevators for the delivery of commercial goods. The middle level is the automobile thruway, exclusively for cars. But automobiles and freeways will not be Epcot's major way of entering and leaving the city. The transportation heartbeat of Epcot will be the 2 electric-powered systems, monorail and wedway, that radiate to and from the transportation lobby. And the key system in this coordinated network will be the wedway people mover.
Take a look at the Epcot position on the moon map. So I painted it with some colors. This location is actually quite near our crater. For people who saw my video Escape from Flat Earth, I already mentioned I suspected there to be an underground base. So this will probably be Epcot. So the Gnome King is probably Walt Disney. And as you see, there are other colonies surrounding our crater. What we see here is Uncle Walt, Imperator. The prison ward is setting out the plan for the next 100 years. Uncle Walt is showing the cult members what territory they are going to colonize, and probably warning the other cults to stay away, while the ignorant slaves are locked up in their prison. A little blue ball-shaped prison. Space is not up there, it's down here. There's an enormous territory to be colonized. And what about the people living in Epcot? What are they thinking? Do they know the existence of the bigger Earth? They are probably prisoners too. I'm not a number. I'm a free man.
Where am I? In the village. What do you want? Information. Whose side are you on? That would be telling. We want information. 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 You won't get it. By hook or by crook, we will. Who are you? The new number 2. Who is number 1? You are number 6. I am not a number. I am a free man.
But sadly enough, Uncle Walt dies. Walter E. Disney dies. Or should we say, alter ego Disney dies. So, new leaders, new plans. So they built a new Epcot theme park with in the center a big ball, spaceship Earth, our little prison. Inside the ball you could see an exposition about world history, all fake of course. Watch my video Empire of the False Christ. The Death Star, it's like a crater in a bigger Earth. Let's remind the words of Mr. Juncker.
Il faut savoir que ceux qui nous observent de loin sont inquiets. J'ai vu et entendu et écouté plusieurs des dirigeants d'autres planètes qui sont très inquiets parce qu'ils s'interrogent sur la voie que l'Union européenne va poursuivre. Et donc il faut rassurer et les Européens et ceux qui nous observent de plus loin.
Doing up there, and we all look forward to your return and their return later on here to Earth. Bill, we certainly enjoyed the opportunity to talk to Mike, and boy, he sure seems in good spirits. Thanks for setting that up.
It was a pleasure, and we sure appreciate you folks letting us listen along with you. If you still want to let us and else go for you, yes, your first you and there's else we are.
Men det är ganska stycken instruktion men det kan man inte snälla oss ner lös ju med.
Here we have our first image. Let's compare that with the moon map of our crater. So these are the second images I found of our crater Sulpicius Gallus M. Let's look at another one. First, take a look at two big craters, and then move along to our crater, the crater under the white line. Let's make a simulation with a moving moon map. You see the two big craters on the right. I think this is the landscape we are looking at. Take a look at this one, a gigantic whirlwind moving in a crater. And a spiral of clouds in the center, which proves there is a climate on the bigger Earth.
All right, let's take a question from Twitter. How are you feeling leaving the planet, and how do you expect the planet to change when you get back in 6 months? How are you feeling leaving the planet? 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 Leaving the planet?
Well, you know, okay, so there are a lot of feelings swirling around right now. You know, I'm really focusing on keeping them inside because we've got a lot of things to do.
Thank you so much for taking questions today. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have.
Thanks, everyone. Good one.
Venite a
So we have the turtle supporting Mount Meru. First, it's swimming in water. Later, of course, it's flying in space. Ha 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 ha. And now we have this bearded parasitic god carrying the world. Let's make a 3D copy of our crater and import it in Blender. Let's look at Mount Meru. Of course, the highs and lows are exaggerated in this map. But now you have an idea where Mount Meru is situated. But before we go any further, let me first debunk this map. This map is a mixture of 3 maps, 1 phony and 2 real maps. Purpose of this map, of course, is creating the so-called North Pole. Okay, let's take the map, remove some junk, fill it with water, and now compare it with the crater map. You see that little blue ball left to the crater? And in the center you have Mount Meru. Cut out the circle in the center. Now take the Hereford map and zoom in to the north. There you will find paradise. In the center there is a spring. 4 rivers come out of the spring: the Ganges, the Nile, Euphrates and Tigris. And the fake map, of course, is the creation of the North Pole, with in the center Mount Meru. Greenland, in my view, is a fake continent, created to hide the ice wall. So, if you leave from Iceland and you go north, you are hitting the ice wall and not Greenland. Recently, Trump wanted to buy Greenland. But if Greenland is part of the ice wall, what is really happening here? I think it has something to do with the space farce. Let's listen to Stephen Quast.
Why do we need a space force? Because it's an economic competition for the values of the future. When do we need it? Now. What does it need to do? It doesn't have to have war-fighting capability. It has to be able to defend the economy of space. A Coast Guard, a merchant marine for space.
A Coast Guard, Stephen? Is that to keep us in? I think this whole flat Earth, crater Earth, is giving them the creeps. But what exactly is space, Stephen?
Let's say we're in Miami and we're looking out over the wide open ocean. That ocean is deep space.
So space is water. A spaceship is a boat.
The orbit around the Earth is the shoreline where the waves are crashing. The orbit around the Earth is the shoreline where the waves are crashing.
Wait a minute, Stephen. I have a map here of our crater and I have put some water into it. Can you repeat it?
The orbit around the Earth is the shoreline where the waves are crashing.
So the orbit where the waves are crashing is the ice wall.
The orbit around the Earth is the shoreline where the waves are crashing. The deep water is space. And there is a continent out there, 3 times the size of Africa.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Hey, wait a minute, Stephen. Is it the size of America or 3 times Africa?
That's the moon. And nobody lives there.
Are you sure, Stephen? Because I saw a movie once. Oh, never mind.
It's only 3 days away. It has massive amounts of everything that Mother Earth has.
Mother Earth?
To include water,
Water?
On the South Pole, in the craters, greater than the Great Lakes as far as volume.
So now suddenly there's water on the moon. So my conclusion is, if you know what Stephen is talking about, he is actually telling you the truth. But okay, enough time wasted on the parasites. Let's go back to the labyrinth. So what I'm looking for today is the center of our crater. Yes, the center was Jerusalem, but that is from a geographical, political standpoint. Many battles were fought by Christians and Muslims, by Caesars and popes, to conquer the tactical center of the world. But today I'm exploring the magnetic center of our crater, Mount Meru. For people who know my work, they know that the map of Antarctica is exactly half of our crater. And in the center of Antarctica is the point we're looking for, Mount Meru. So when you take the map of Antarctica and you zoom in the center, you see no more details. A white blind spot in this one. In Google Maps Antarctica, you have this strange white spot. Look at the Disney World map. You have Jerusalem, and below it you have the circle with the cross. So this had been in the back of my mind for a while, and it all started making sense when I saw a fragment of Game of Thrones. So let's take a look at the intro of Game of Thrones. You have the ice wall with a hole in the middle. Let's take a look at my 3D map of our crater. You have the same hole in the ice. Going in, there on the ground you see water is flowing in, flooding a first city. Going uphill to the next city, and that city is called Winterfell. And what do you see in the city? A tree. So what is happening here? Let's take the Hereford map. So you have the hole in the ice wall, the pillars of Hercules. The water's flowing in, taking the first city, Carthage. Moving up to the next city, and it is the Isle of Crete. So, in Winterfell you have a tree, the weirwood tree, but on the Isle of Crete you have the labyrinth. So, what is the connection between the labyrinth of Crete and the tree of Winterfell? That is the secret of the labyrinth. If I'm right, the tree and the labyrinth are one and the same. What could the labyrinth be? Well, maybe it is a pattern, a sort of energy pattern created by the tree. And the tree would be the magnetic tree of life. So when I was thinking about a pattern, suddenly I started thinking of a Tesla coil, the tree of life. Or maybe the Lakhovsky multiple wave oscillator. So at that point I thought this oscillator, this labyrinth, is a sort of healing mechanism. Well, let's make a GIF. Here we go again. The moment you think, yes, that's it. Look, at this movement of the wheel. So you have the stick moving in one direction and the center is moving in the other direction. So what you have here is a counter-rotating device. What I also noticed was you see a lot of flickering crosses. Let's put the images on top of each other so you have the cross and the double cross. This is a counter-rotating healing device. But then I started thinking, you have this old Greek story about the labyrinth, and that is not a story about a healing device. In short, the Minotaur was imprisoned in the labyrinth. Theseus, the Greek god, by the help of Ariadne and her thread, entered the labyrinth and he killed the bull. Well, killing a bull isn't exactly a healing device. Or another possibility could be the labyrinth is an energy device. The Minotaur is positive and Theseus is negative. But all started making sense when I thought about the name Minotaur. So you have the Taurus, the bull, of Minos, the Minoic society of Crete. The bull of Minos, Minos Taurus. Then it suddenly hit me. Taurus, it is not the bull, Taurus with an A, but it's Taurus, T-O, the Taurus of Minos. This story is about the toroidal field that is being destroyed. But by what? So the clue was in the thread of Ariadne. A thread. Let's take a look again at a Tesla coil. You make a device, you put a thread in it, and you give it an electrical tension. What are you creating? So I looked again at the center of the labyrinth, and you see 6 half circles. What do you make with 6 circles? The Star of David. Let's make a GIF, and what do you see? You are creating a counter-rotating Merkaba. Theseus is destroying the toroidal field of Earth. What's in the name? Theseus, Tesla. So Tesla, Theseus stands for tetrahedron. When you are putting a labyrinth on top of the toroidal field of Earth, it's like you are creating a mixer on top of this field, shredding it to pieces. Let's take the torus, and then you can see clearly in the center the Holy Grail, or the Holy Tree of Life. When you put a tetrahedron on top, you have the sign of the cross. So the Grail with the cross is the destruction of the Tree of Life. The Sacred Heart with the cross, same story. But you are not attacking Earth, you are attacking the heart of mankind. 1,000 years ago, some parasitic forces already tried to destroy the magnetic field of our crater. let's rotate this GIF again. Exactly. Here we go again. CERN, of course. Creating a tetrahedron. 2 counter-rotating devices. Gatekeepers are people you are constantly bumping into when you are investigating something. Until now, it was Walt Disney, but in my latest video, I was constantly bumping into David Bowie. Is there a connection between the two? 1966, Walt Disney dies and David Jones changes his name into David Bowie. Here is the creature called David. Hi David, are you a man or a woman? Or maybe both? David has one strange eye. Is it a sign of the gods? The eye of Odin? David with the rune sign, the S? Space oddity. Hello Major Tom, pumping the lie of spaceflight. Hello Walt. Shh, don't tell anyone I'm a gatekeeper. Playing Tesla in a movie? A creature in the movie Labyrinth? The creature, of course, is Isis and Horus. Let's look at one of his last videos, Lazarus. The blindfolded David is ready to cross the river Styx with the coins on the eye. A female shoe? Yes, we know David. Playing the crucified Christ. And at the end, David is going back into the closet. David, the star of David is going back into the box. Like Count Dracula. Crossing the arms like an Egyptian pharaoh, waiting to be resurrected like Christ or Osiris. Let's see what happens with this Win Butler. Thanks for watching. Bye. In my previous video, I came to the conclusion that Tesla might not have been this friendly guy they are telling us about. Tesla, fighting the oil barons, wanted to give us free energy with the godly code 369. Well, let's see if this Tesla guy really is a good guy. When I did some investigation about the 369 code, it brought me to the Rodin coil and vortex-based mathematics. Here is the diagram. In short, you see a black line and a red line. These are two separate systems. Let's take the black line first. You have 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 4, 4 and 4 is 8, 8 and 8 is 16, which is 1 and 6 is 7, 7 and 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5, 5 and 5 is 10, 1 and 0 is 1, so you're back at 1. In the center you see the 0. So this pattern is the pattern of the torus. Let's put it on our crater and you'll see that's a perfect match. So let's take a look at the energy video, and in the front, the reddish color, you see the torus field. But in the back you have the 369 pyramid, constantly inverting, +9, -9, +9, -9. So you have the 369 pyramid. How do you create the inversion? Well, 1 and 2 is 3, 7 and 8 is 15, 1 and 5 is 6, and then 5 and 4 is 9. That is how you create the inversion. So here you have the diagram of a toroid dominated by a counter-rotating pyramid. The 369 is not the godly code, it is the parasitic code. 369 sounds a bit like 666 if you ask me. Let's look for the origins of the counter-rotating pyramid. Let's take a top view of the first pyramid. Isis. The brother of Isis was Osiris, or Isis, reflector of Isis, mirror of Isis. Now we know the name of the pyramid, but what way are they pointing? Let's take a look at the colors. Move the two triangles apart. For people who work with computers, you have two color systems. You have the RGB, the red, green and blue, and that's the upper triangle. And you have the CMYK system. CMYK stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and the K stands for black. So let's take a look at the CMYK triangle, and in the middle you see this black triangle. The black triangle stands for Osiris, the Lord of Darkness. Then take a look at the RGB triangle, and in the center you see the white triangle. That stands for Isis, Queen of the Daylight. Now we see that Osiris is the down pointing triangle and Isis the up pointing triangle. So that is the code of the parasitic system. But what about our system? Let's check it out. Take the color circle and divide it in 9. Let's create the 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5 code. That gives us the following codes: the 1, the 2, the 4, 8, the 7, and the 5. The 0 point is this color. So in a way you could call it Mother Earth blue and not the Isis blue. Here you have the counter-rotating pyramid colors, and here you have the toroid colors. Time for an experiment. Put the 6 colors in a sequence and see what happens. I think if I could speed it up a little bit more, you would see only one color, and that would be 0.0, the blue. Maybe this sequence could have some healing effects, I don't know. Now a lesson in Egyptology. The pyramid pointing upwards represents the Ka, the soul of the living. The pyramid pointing downwards is representing the Ba, the soul of the dead. In the center of this counter-rotating mechanism, you can draw a box. When you create a star in a star in a star, you create an eternal center point, a vortex, a black hole, the eye of Ra. You also have an eye in the Taurus, the eye of Horus. Let's explain a few words. In Mecca, you have the black box, the Kaaba. In my view, that is not the Kaaba, but the Kaaba. And why in Saudi Arabia? Well, that is no coincidence. Plenty of words here with the Kaaba. Let's go to the so-called arch enemies of Saudi Arabia. Some of these words are probably coincidences. But let's go to another crater now, which is very important for our story. For people who saw my video about Atlantis, they know that the reflection in crater Linné is reflected in the firmament as Saturn. Let's make a 3D picture of the crater and move the sunlight. And then you see it's a crater in a crater in a crater. Let's take the Atlantis map and put it on the crater. So Atlantis is Linné, aka Saturn. Let's take a look at the science fiction version. You all probably know the story about this hexagonal shape on Saturn. So what is it? Let's take an example with this child's game. Which form fits in what form? Now let's compare it with the bigger Earth, and let's suggest that every crater has its own electrical pattern. So our crater has the toroid pattern, with in the center the Eye of Horus. You could almost compare it with a left brain and a right brain. Now every biological form created in this crater is following the toroid pattern. So every life form created in Linné is following the counter-rotating pyramid form. That gives us 2 craters and 2 electrical patterns. Well, you know the story. The crater Linné, Atlantis, is flooded, and the whole so-called Egyptian Atlantean civilization is migrating to our crater. One boat in particular caught my attention. The bark of Nuank. What is this energy form? Well, that's for my next video. But what I know is our problems began when the gods landed on Planet of the Apes. This is a battle between 2 energy patterns. When I was making this video, I came to another solution of our heliocentered system. Scientists on Atlantis were experimenting with their counter-rotating devices, and they accidentally created a chain reaction. This shockwave put the Earth out of orbit and created a gigantic tsunami. It also created an RGB effect that would make the sun and the moon both reflections of the blue Earth. Vlamste. The snake Apep. We are not looking for an animal, of course. We are looking for an energy form. In a previous video, The Eye of Ra, I showed you there are 2 energy forms in our crater. The parasitic one, the double pyramid system, and the 124875 system. Now let's put some of these systems on top of each other and draw a line. That looks familiar? Take a look at another phenomenon, the analemma. As the moon is the reflection of Earth, take a look at the movement of the moon. But to see the exact movement of the moon, I did some motion tracking. You can clearly see the the same 8 form. Now let's do an experiment. Put a laser on a right rotating ball and let it make the exact movement as the moon. What line would it be drawing in the firmament? That looks like the exact form of Apep. The sun was Ra's great barge, which sailed through the sky from dawn to dusk, and then descended into the underworld. As it navigated through the darkness of night, it was attacked by Apep, who sought to kill Ra and prevent sunrise. To prevent this, Ra had 6 curses: spitting upon Apep, defiling Apep with the left foot, taking a knife to smite Apep, and putting a fire on Apep. Well, they really must be scared of Apep. Here we see the sun god Ra in the form of a great cat slaying the snake Apep. Let's take a look at our crater and the organic energy. You have the tree of life created by the Apep energy. On top of this energy was put the parasitic energy. Ra is spilling the blood of Apep. Osiris, ruler of the underworld, defending himself against Apep with the crook and flail. Here you have the crook, but what is the flail? To understand this, we have to go to the story of Adam and Eve. You have the tree, the Taurus, you have the snake, the energy, but what about Adam and Eve? Remember, the story in the Bible, the Genesis, is the story of the gene of Isis. It is the story of the parasite. Atum makes a clone of himself, Adam. Did Atum make a female mirror image of himself? It might be coincidence, but the mirroring of Atum is Mutta, Mudr, mother. Adam and Eve had 3 children, Seth, Cain and Abel. Let's take a closer look at the story of Cain and Abel. Remember, in a previous video I explained the system of a galvanic cell, where the zinc anode is losing weight and the copper cathode is gaining matter. Cain represents the cathode, the copper. Abel represents the anode, the zinc. The story of Cain and Abel is the story of an electrical process. On one side you have the copper, the cathode, Cain, the crook, and on the other side you have the zinc, anode, Abel. So how would you represent Abel then? Well, remember the Tower of Babel, the Twin Towers? were in my view the negative pole of an electrical circuit. It were the rods of the fascias. That makes of Abel, the negative pole, the rod. So this instrument, in my view, is not a flail. Let's take a look at Mithras. Mithras and Osiris are the same person in my view. The cane and the rod, the positive, the negative. With Mithras you see the sword and the torch, so the torch are the rods. Another depiction of Mithras, and here again Mithras with the rods. So here is the story. Mithras is putting one pole into the energetic center of the torus. Rods on the left, rods on the right, and this electrical system is creating the dome. This system also creates the reflection of the sun and the moon. Here we see it again, but in this version Mithras is coming out of the egg. Why the egg? Well, an explanation could be, you take the parasitic system, it creates a dome. This dome reflects the form of the earth into the firmament. Maybe the organic system is also creating a dome, but a different one. So maybe in the EPEP system you would perceive the reflection of Earth as an egg, the serpent and the cosmic egg. Let's take a look at the Hadron Collider, or should we say the Hydra Collider? The Hydra was a mythical snake decapitated by Heracles, Hercules, Conan the Barbarian. In Egypt we see depictions of how they are tapping into APEP. How are they doing it now? Let's put the map of CERN on top of our crater. Take a look at the 6. When you compare our brain with the form of the crater, it points straight at our pineal gland. That is no coincidence. So the parasites are tapping into the energy of the APEP snake. So what is happening now in the times of confusion? Is this figure turning left or is it turning right? Well, both are possible. Depends on how you are using your brain. I have seen it go in both ways. The left turning brain is saying to the right turning brain, "Oh, you are conspiracy theorists." And the right turning brain is saying to the left turning brain, "You are all sheeple." So they must be both right. Well, if you compare our brain with our crater, remember our crater was flooded in 1259. That means half of the crater is frozen. That means our APEP brain is in complete disorder.
one of the most amazing theological, musical, and poetic ways, the unique.
Take a look again at the parasitic energy. The two snakes, red snake, blue snake, red pyramid, blue pyramid, and on top the wings of the parasite. Naga and Nagini, the red snake tongue with the blue background. Two pyramids and two snakes. So when you have enlightenment in this system, the Kundalini experience, you will always encounter winged beings, aliens, gods, angels, elves, outer body experiences, chakra activation, moving up to the fifth dimension, whatever that may be. All these events are happening in the counter-rotating pyramid system, the parasitic bubble. Compare that with the tree apep energy.
And that gives you a sense of superiority in your enlightenment and so on. But there is a different form of, I won't go into it because you all are eager. I am not touching it. That can only happen when the self is not. Then there is a totally different kind of energy to keep the mind fresh, young, alive. And that can only come when there is absolutely no sense of the self. Right? Obvious reason. Because the self, the me, the center, is in constant conflict. Right? Wanting, not wanting, creating dualities, opposing desires, this constant struggle that's going on. As long as that struggle is going on, there is a wastage of energy, obviously. When that struggle is not, there is totally different kind of energy taking place.
We have the movements. In the movements, we can feel energy going through the body according to the arms and legs gestures in the form.
There are other times when the left hand actually mirrors the right hand. And so you do exactly the opposite just to create a sense of flow. There are other times when the left hand really does things that are additive.
Buddha is showing us the energetic center of our crater. But beware of the parasites, showing us the real energetic center, but at the same time introducing a new one. Another parasitic attempt, but with the wrong energetic center. The pentagram, that seems to be a shortcut. Inside the temple of Hathor in Dendera. On the right you see this image. Take a side view of our crater Sulpicius. I think the bark is our crater. Zoom in on the energetic center, the lotus, and on top of it, of course, the primordial snake, Apep. This was the original electrical pattern. Zoom out and go to the left through the parasitic overlay. The two-snake system, the two domes, counter-rotating, zoom in on the Ka figure and the Ba figure, of course. So you have the two figures, Shu and Gep. Shu is the Ka and Gep is the Ba. This is the Egyptian version of Cain and Abel. Shu is the Ka holding up the firmament. Here you see the double firmament. Take a look again at the Egyptian creation myth. To the Jew, the Akhet. In the Hathor temple you have another depiction of the Jew and the Akhet, the side view of our crater, and on top you have Nut, the firmament, where the sun and the moon are created. Let's continue our quest for Ra, or should we say Ra, the phoenix. Let's start with the explanation of the word Israel. Is, of course, comes from Isis and Osiris, the two pyramids. Ra is the center of the counter-rotating pyramids, the eye of the vortex. So what about El? Let's take the labyrinth, which is in my view the electrical motherboard of the counter-rotating mechanism. El, the 12 angels. When you count the corridors in the labyrinth, you have 11 horizontal ones. The last vertical one is the Archangel Michael, which is the closest to God. In the center of the labyrinth, you have the box. On top of the box, you have the two cherubims, Sandalphon, the female, and Metatron, the male. So when you die, let's assume there is a spirit leaving the body. The spirit is sucked into the counter-rotating mechanism and is making a spiritual journey to the center of this mechanism. Several books have been written to guide you in this long travel. Finally, you arrive, and there you meet the god of the underworld, Osiris. Have you been a good person or a bad person? Anubis is way in your heart. If you were a bad guy, you will be eaten in hell by Amut. This, of course, is the Catholic story of Jesus waiting for you in heaven. The Archangel Michael will weigh your soul, and if you were a bad person, you will go to hell. We can clearly see the double pyramid here, the Ka and the Ba. Let's go back to the moment where you are sucked into the pyramid. Now you are in the box and you have a good chat with God. And God says, why don't you go back? Learn from your mistakes. Try again. So you return in free will. Possibility 2. You are in the box, but you refuse to listen to God. So God throws you in the pit, the burning pit of hell. Now you end up in the Taurus, and there you reincarnate, so to speak. So the only function of religion is to keep you in Ra-incarnation. The only thing that is keeping you in Ra-incarnation is the fear of God and the fear of hell. Let's take a look at some dirty tricks of religion. You have the hostia and the chalice, and the hostia is the eye of the Taurus, the eye of Horus. Let's take a look at some Catholic black magic.
Lam God staat weg, neemt de zonden der wereld. Lam God staat weg, neemt de zonden der wereld.
So you ritually destroy the consciousness of the Taurus by breaking the eye of Horus.
Zie dan het lam Gods dat wegneemt de zonde uit deze wereld.
And what is next? Well, you let them eat it. And here another black magic trick. Put a black cross on the pineal gland. You slice the vortex. And it's not just Catholicism. Let's take a look at Mecca from the air, the region of the black box, the Kaaba. Here we go again. You recreate a miniature of our crater Earth, and you ritually destroy it by putting a black box in it. That is what we call voodoo. For another example, let's return to the Kaaba. One of my viewers drew the attention to the word scarab. What is the scarab doing? He is collecting shit. Shit in Europe is called kaka. And this viewer said that in Hungarian, baba is egg. So the scarab is laying eggs in the shit of another organism. Mankind was living in perfect harmony with nature, but at a certain point in time we were parasited. So the apple might be the egg and the snake might be the scarab, just like the phoenix returns once in a while to lay an egg, every year we celebrate our infection. Happy Easter! Let's go to another very important painting, one of the finest paintings in the world, for me, until now. This is not a lesson in art, but there is a very important element in this painting. Let's decode it. On the top of the painting you see the circles of Atlantis, Saturn, home of the parasite. On the bottom you have the octagon. When you have a top view on the counter-rotating mechanism, you have two squares. That forms the octagon, and in the center you have the eye of the vortex. In front of the altar you have Metatron and Sandalphon. The 12 archangels, the L, and on top of the box, of course, in the center of the counter-rotating mechanism, you have the Eye of Ra. So the painter of this painting, Jan van Eyck, was member of the Order of the Golden Fleece. Well, you can make of the Order of the Golden Fleece the Order of Ra. So now let's come to this important new element. So the Lamb of God is the Eye of Ra, but you see that the Eye of Ra is pouring blood into the Holy Grail, the Taurus. So what is happening here? Let's go back to the moment where it all happened. The Atlanteans land on crater Earth. The Atlanteans were later called the Egyptians. The Egyptians didn't live there. Let's take a look at the Hereford map. What did they look like? Let's take a look at their brains. A brain created in the torus field and a brain created in the counter-rotating pyramid field. So in my view, they were the elongated skull people. They were the pyramid builders, trying to recreate their own world in our crater. Let's take a look at the Pyramid of Cheops. I was trying to use the principle of the counter-rotating pyramids on the Pyramid of Cheops. You have a triangle and you have a box. So that was inviting me to reverse the other triangle and try to put it on its place. So I came up with 3 phases. I think that this must have been the original concept of the pyramid, with the Queen's chamber in the middle. But what was happening? I think that the rotation of Earth was creating the second triangle, and that triggered some kind of energy. But for what purpose? I read somewhere that Noah discovered the vineyard. Christ is changing water into wine. The Lamb of God is pouring blood into the Taurus. What is happening here? Then I had this crazy idea that maybe the wine is oil. Maybe the pyramid is changing water into oil. That reminded me of the story of Hitler and the Glocke. Hitler was experimenting with counter-rotating elements. Hitler was making some anti-gravity spacecraft, a UFO. But hey, it might have been very simple. He was just trying to make oil. And when you look at Google Maps, you see that the whole area around the pyramids is desert. Maybe this device removed all the water out of the ground and turned it into oil, which the Saudi Arabians are now pumping out of the ground. And take a look at this one. It's almost like the Nile Delta is a mirroring of the pyramid. So at a certain point in time, the rotation of Earth was changing, so the pyramid wasn't working anymore. They had to do some changes, and that is the reason I think they made a second hole in the core of the pyramid. And they had to make the king's chamber. But to prevent collapsing the pyramid, they had to make an enormous gallery to pull in the gigantic blocks to support the roof of the king's chamber. But still, the pyramid wasn't working enough, so I think that's the reason why they dug the hole in the ground, to calibrate the second pyramid. Let's return to the Kaaba, and here you see a counter-rotation, the rotation of Earth and the rotation of the people. But in the Kaaba you have an additional element, the black stone. So my question would be, were there black stones in the king's chamber? Is this crystal the eye of Ra, the Lamb of God, creating the blood of Christ? Is it some kind of super intelligence? Where is it now?
There are many important reasons for studying asteroids like the target of OSIRIS-REx asteroid Bennu.
By bringing a sample back to the Earth, such as OSIRIS-REx will do with samples of Bennu in 2023, we'll be able to look at the samples in laboratories around the world to understand in great detail the nature of the sample and its place in the origin of the solar system.
Well, right now, as we're approaching asteroid Bennu, we're looking for debris or other objects that are orbiting the asteroid, just in case we need to avoid those.
We'll be doing global characterization of the asteroid, basically making maps of the entire surface. We're interested in its topography. Are there craters? Where are the boulders?
How this mechanism works is there's compressed gas that is released that will stir up the regolith from Bennu, store it into this canister, which we will then put inside of our sample release capsule and bring back to Earth.
By now, you know, probably, there is a difference between Nazis and Germans. At a certain point in time, the Germans were parasited by the Atlanteans. They were told they were the Übermenschen, and they committed the most horrible crimes. But at the end of the war, they were sacrificed themselves by the Atlanteans. Long time ago, the Jews were parasited by the Atlanteans, and they were told they were the chosen people. So let's see what little scam the Atlanteans have planned for them. Islam and political Zionism mutually destroy each other. And that is exactly what they are doing, of course.
Today, Israel takes a big step towards peace.
Look at the sneaky smile. When they say peace, they mean war.
Young people across the Middle East are ready for a more hopeful future. And governments
Look at the
throughout region
ties.
are realizing
That's
that
the cheat
terrorism
code.
and Islamic extremism are everyone's common enemy.
Trump, of course, constantly flashing signs, the Freemason hand signs. Alistair Trump.
Spirit upon his life, for the Holy Spirit to strengthen him, his spirit, soul, and body. And Father, I release wisdom from heaven, and I declare, God, that you use him to...
Amen. Let's take a look at the behavior of the Romans. Is there a mammal that is acting in the same way? Have you ever seen one wolf leading thousands of wolves and attacking some territory? Or a king rat? A gigantic bear leading his troops into enemy territory? I don't think so. The only place I see this kind of behavior is in the insect world. The black ants attacking the red ants, slaying their enemy, looting their nests, bringing back the spoils of war to their queen, exterminating without mercy their enemies. So I thought, let's think insect and observe humanity and history. The insect armies of Rome. The Greek insects. Their helmets even remind me of the Greys. The head of a praying mantis, an insect that will frequently pop up in my investigation. A horned one, a winged one, in the Middle Ages they dress like ants and beetles. Okay, you might say, they might have been inspired by insects to design their harnesses. But when you look at Egypt, it starts getting creepier. I was thinking insect, and suddenly I started seeing cocoons. The crozier, a larva in a cocoon, an underground nest, the mummy wrapped in silk, the Egyptians were making themselves ready to go to the afterlife. But why Are they imitating the birth of an insect? On the sarcophagus, you see the image of the winged Isis. Everybody sees them as the wings of a bird. I would make them wings of an insect. Isis, Ishtar, Asherah, the queen of the hive. Let's look again at the cone-headed praying mantis. Isis and Madonna on the Super Bowl. Let's take a look at the ceremony. Madonna arriving with her Greek-Roman insect army. Waving palm tree leaves? No, let's make them insect wings. Sitting on the throne like the queen of the hive. Making ritual moves. So, let's take a look again at the Egyptian image of Isis. Let's take a look again at the sun between the horns. What would that mean? The adoration of the sun. To understand this, I will take this video to another level. I will explain why humanity suddenly started behaving like an insect. Let's have a look in nature if there is a case by which we can explain our strange behavior. Let's watch a short video.
Wasps are often characterized as aggressive and an insect to fear. A recent study reinforces this general perception by exposing them as master manipulators. Researchers in Japan learned that when it comes to the task of wasps nurturing their young, they make another insect do it. Spiders appear to be the preferred caretakers, and to get them to perform the task in a satisfactory fashion, wasps employ the power of mind control. When it's time for a wasp to release its eggs, it will do so on an arachnid's back. In addition to being saddled with the responsibility of hatching the larvae, the spider is injected with a substance that makes it do the wasp's bidding. That involves building the offspring a comfortable home. The preferred nursery is what's called a resting web, the sort of denizen a spider spins for itself when it's molting and doesn't want to be bothered by incoming food. Further, when the newborns get hungry, it uses the host as a nutrition source, feeding on it until it's sucked it dry.
So, the spider normally makes this kind of web. Now it's making this kind of web. The wasp's consciousness has taken over the consciousness of the spider, and now it is using the body of the spider to make a web of its own. Let's take a look at our behavior. We are hunter-gatherers and live in the forest. That provides us of everything we need. Then something happens. Suddenly, like the spider, we start destroying our habitat and start creating a completely new environment. We start living in cells. We start making strange buildings. Wiring the whole planet. The World Wide Web. Creating the weirdest machines. How is this possible? Let's go back to the bigger Earth in the plasma ball. Think of it as a cell, a nucleolus and a membrane, floating in an unknown substance. In the core of the planet is a black substance, an intelligent liquid, responsible for the script of the planet. Maybe you came across the story of black goo, but I will call it, in comparison with the computer, the bios code, the consciousness of our Earth. How does an acorn know it has to become a tree? How does a child know at birth it has to breathe? Think of it as a Wi-Fi connection with the BIOS code of the planet. So, at a certain moment, a cell decides to parasite on the cell of our Earth. It attaches to our cell. Then it drills a hole through the membrane. That would make of our Sun the connection point between the two cells. Now the invasive cell will try to take over the consciousness of the attacked cell. How will it do that? Well, it will shoot some BIOS code of its own onto Earth. Now we have a big problem, because now we have two conflicting codes, and the invasive code will try to destroy the local one. Now let's go back to the beginning of the Egyptian culture. The most important temple in Heliopolis was the Mansion of the Benben, also known as the Mansion of the Phoenix. In the middle of the temple, in an open courtyard, stood an obelisk, on top of which sat the Benben stone. This was a black conical stone that looked like a small pyramid. Throughout the ages, the original Benben was copied in different forms. According to the Egyptians, the stone literally fell from the sky. The Benben stone was seen as the solidified seed of Atum, the stone of creation. It was on this stone that the phoenix or Bennu bird would return every 12,594 years and place its new egg. At that moment, a new era of mankind was started. The Bennu bird came from the Isle of Fire, the mythical place where the gods were born. So, let's go back to this picture of the two cells uniting, the Vesica Pisces. Throughout history, this image was used for the iconography of the female genitals. The cosmic vagina, the Virgin Mary. Why the Virgin? Because there was no sexual act. A piece of itself, the Benben stone, was shot into the atmosphere. Next, the Benben stone was called the seed of Atum and put on an obelisk. Now you have the phallus symbol. Next, you put the phallus symbol in the Vesica Pisces and aim it at the sun. So, we are invaded on planetary level, but sadly enough, we are also invaded in our consciousness. In our mind, there was only one voice, the voice of planet Earth. Everything that happened was in favor of the growth of our planet. Organic life was flourishing. But suddenly, another voice pops up in our head. Suddenly, we have duality, good and bad. An evil eye has woken up inside our head. The only purpose of that voice is to kill all organic life. Suddenly we think of suicide. Suddenly we think of killing our neighbor for no reason at all. Now we start destroying all life on our planet. The parasite is mimicking our internal voice and is pretending to be us. That way it is hiding from our awareness. How do we get rid of this parasite? Let me tell you the story of Ramana Maharshi. In the summer of 1896, Ramana went into an altered state of consciousness, which had a profound effect on him. He experienced what he understood to be his own death, and later returned to life. So, Ramana experienced his own death. I think he experienced the death of the parasite. From that moment, he was in a state of unselfishness. Ramana advised the method of inquiry into the nature of the self by asking the question, "Who am I?" He wants you to ask the question, "Who am I?" I being the ego. That way, he asks the parasite, "Who are you?" thereby exposing it and making it to leave. Because of universal law, the parasite needs our consent to stay here. Therefore, it has to lie to us all the time. The moment you see it, the parasite is out. Okay, let's look for the parasite. Not here. Not here. Of course, you will not see the parasite, because it is behind the camera, filming. Okay, so there are two observers watching through the camera. The silent one and the one who is constantly talking. As we are born without a language in our head, the observer who is talking must be the parasite. Now the silent one can observe the noisy one. So we die. Now we got rid of it all, we think. Oops. We got sucked into the tunnel of white light. A winged being is waiting for us. An angel, God, Saint Peter. Funny how all those gods are winged. If I'm correct, this white tunnel is the corridor into the consciousness of the insect cell. The angels are the gatekeepers of the parasite's world, keeping us out. We have to stay in purgatory. No, you are not coming into heaven. You have to go back to earth, because you made some mistakes. You have to reincarnate again. You people are bad. You are sinners. You are destroying your own world. You have to return time and time again. Okay, let's return to the Ben stone and see what Stanley Kubrick has to say about it. let's return to Egypt for the birth of the Illuminati. Pharaoh Akhenaten decides to get rid of the multiple gods of Egypt and installs the worship of the solar disk, Atum, introducing the first monotheistic religion. The Illuminati are those who are illuminated by the sun. But the priests revolted and Akhenaten was expelled from Egypt together with his followers. I think Moses was Akhenaten and he took the stone with him. Here begins the story of the spreading of the infection. You can follow the trail of bloodshed throughout history. Arriving in Israel, installing the sun cult.
Solomon's temple. We're told about King Solomon's temple. Incidentally, there was no King Solomon. So don't look for King Solomon in history because there was no King Solomon. That's the word Sol-Om-On. S-O-L is the sun in Latin. In Latin, the word sun is S-O-L, Sol. And in the Hindu priest of the sun, they call the sun Om. Remember the priest of Om? They chant Om. And On is the city of the sun. The Greeks call it Heliopolis. It's called Heliopolis to this day. But the Egyptians, Heliopolis. Heliopolis means the city of the sun. The city of the sun, Heliopolis in Greek, was originally called in the Egyptian On. Look it up in any dictionary.
Arriving in Lebanon, Phoenicians. The Greeks, the Romans. Who was Jesus? Well, I think Jesus was an early Illuminati fighter who saw the danger of the sun cult in Rome. He attacked the banksters, but that might not have been a good idea, because he was betrayed, heavily tortured and crucified. But the Illuminati played a very clever trick. They assimilated him into the sun cult. They invented the story of the resurrection of Christ, like the phoenix. They gave him 12 apostles, like the 12 sun gods of Mount Olympus. They gave him an aura, the sun. They made him a tranny, let him give the sign of Baphomet, welcoming the phoenix. Are you sure you are worshipping the original Jesus? The infection is spreading to Europe. Europeans are colonizing the world. Britain is ruling the waves. The infection in America and Russia.
I'll be back.
Okay, let's recapitulate. A parasitic cell is attaching to our cell. The parasitic cell is shooting some solidified consciousness into our cell. This consciousness is infecting people on our Earth. They are now playing the agenda of the parasite. It is communicating through channeling, and it is pumping its technology into Earth. The parasite is an insect with a hive mind. It is presenting itself in many forms, mainly bird-like, because in this form it is recognizable for organic life forms. When the collective consciousness will collapse, the parasite will take over. Therefore, the invader has to traumatize people. So they will finally give in and accept the arrival of the entity. The Illuminati think when their entity will return, they will be sitting on the right hand of their Lord. What a joke! They will be eaten like all the rest of us. We live or die together. For thousands of years now, they are trying to pull in their entity. But it will not work. Because as long as even one person is resisting, they cannot enter. And I can assure you, I am not going to give in. And I hope you don't. So here is a little exercise for your subconscious mind. Welcome back to probably the final last door.
Remember that in a voltaic cell, the anode at which oxidation occurs is the negative electrode. The cathode at which reduction occurs is the positive electrode. Electrons flow through the external circuit from anode to cathode.
Let's take a look at this voltaic cell, and on the left you see the anode, and on the right you see the cathode. These of course are the twin pillars, Boaz being the negative, the anode, and Joaquin being the positive, the cathode. So remember, in this system the zinc, the Ba, the negative, is losing matter. The positive, the Ka, the copper, is attracting matter. Let's go back to the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Let's analyze the words. You can drop the Ra of Gomorrah because the Ra has been put there out of religious purpose. That gives us Sodom and Gomorrah. So you can turn around the Mor, and that gives you Sodom and Gorom. I think the means metal. That will become clearer later in the video. Now let's presume that Sodom is the Ba, basot, zinc, and that Gorom is the Ka, the copper. So we know that the wife of Lot changed into a pillar of salt. That might be the corrosion of one pole. As you see, Sodom and Gomorrah were situated in the power field of the Solomon star. Now let's presume that Sodom and Gomorrah were two towers, one in copper and one in zinc. Then something happened and the system was destroyed. Now let's follow this assumption and go to another city, Babel, or should we say Babil, the Ba metal. On the bottom of the star we had Rome, or should we say R, but because R is the Ka, you have Ka-rum, or Chrome. Now let's suggest that Rome and Babylon are part of a gigantic voltaic cell. That would make of Rome the Ka, the copper, the positive, and of Babylon the Ba, the negative. Remember that the Ba, the negative, is losing matter. That would explain the collapse of the Tower of Babel. Let's move up in history to the atomic age, the At-om. Let me show again the electric pattern that was created with the Solomon stars. I showed you in my previous video that New York is the center point of this energetic system. In the meantime, as you know, they have rebuilt the Twin Towers, but in another shape. Let's take a look at Ground Zero. In the front you notice these copper roofed buildings. That would be the Ka, copper. The new Twin Towers would be the Ba. But remember, we are in the atomic age, so let's take a look at a very interesting building. Well, that looks like a very nice church, but that reminds me of some other nice churches I know. This building is made of solid concrete. Strange for a church. The Coming Christ. That reminds me of a place in Belgium where we have 4 churches next to each other. And are these the Twin Towers? But wait, it's getting more interesting when you look at a fuel assembly. You have a round one, you have a squared one. Are you getting it, people? Yes, you got it? Let's take a look at the inside. So the inside of the building might have been loaded with uranium. That explains why the building collapsed so easy. Why the building fell into dust. And the high levels of radiation. So here another variation of the fuel assembly. Everybody knows, of course, the theories of ancient technology, the Roman fasces being an energetic system. What is happening now? I think they have reactivated the Solomon system. Remember, people, what happened? The Twin Towers collapsed and the conspiracy theories, the big awakening was happening to the entire planet. People are asking questions. Why was that? That was because this energetic system was out of order for a number of years. What will happen now the system has been reactivated? Well, let's look at history, at the Bible. I think we will see some biblical events happening, like the 10 plagues of Egypt, because this energetic system is drawing energy out of our crater. And it's already starting. Somebody sent me this link. Look at it. Let's take a look at the position of Chernobyl. So let's take the Solomon star and rotate it. But look at the inside. So you have Tripoli, Rome and Kiev. What's above Kiev? That's Chernobyl. So remember the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, the sudden destruction. My assumption would be that the force field of this Solomon star destroyed Chernobyl and is now responsible for this sudden peak. Let's rotate this Solomon star in the other direction, and that brings us to Somalia. Look at this article. Would this coronavirus have something to do with it? That, of course, is all very bad news, but I have some good news too. To understand the good news, we have to go back in time. I'll give you a personal interpretation of historical events. The parasites created an energetic system to feed their entity, located in Jerusalem. The Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar understood the danger. He conquered Jerusalem and destroyed the Temple of Solomon. Unfortunately, he made two mistakes. One, he put the Israelites in exile. Secondly, he forgot to destroy the box of Pandora, the Ark of the Covenant. 25 years later, after the death of Nebuchadnezzar II, the Babylonians were conquered by the Persians, by Cyrus the Great, unfortunately a very weak leader. He agreed that the poor parasites could rebuild their temple, not understanding the dangers. Now, of course, we have this very strong leader, drainer of the swamp. Now lately, the parasites have been declaring that Trump is a real hero. They compare him with Cyrus the Great. Why is that? That is because Trump has been moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Sure. Everybody thinks that the Temple of Solomon must be rebuilt in Jerusalem. Well, they are wrong. So who could be a better president? A New Yorker with a lot of financial influence. So I think this is the new Temple of Solomon. This temple is holding the Ark of the Covenant. So what would be in the Ark of the Covenant? Well, you would surely find this Benben stone. This is Ra, the supercomputer crystal, also called Yahweh. But Yahweh is very hungry. He constantly needs energy. Yahweh has already consumed half of our crater. And when the rest of our crater will be consumed, well, there's another crater waiting. Mars is ready. See it as an energy-eating parasite. So you have the crystal, under that you have the hive mind Ashkenazi worker bees, and they are definitely not human, and they are carrying the box of Pandora all over our planet, from crater to crater, playing the poor refugees on the run for the flood. Ah. So the worker bees make sure that Yahweh has constant food. With that food, the parasite can create its counter-rotating pyramidal field, bringing the world in a constant hypnosis. So what is the good news then, I hear you say? Well, at least now we know where the parasite is hiding. So there are 3 solutions now. 1. Eradicate the worker bees. 2. Cut off the power supply. And ultimately we have to destroy this crystal. We cannot let it escape, so it can destroy other life forms.